Testing, testing. Okay, you guys can hear me now. Awesome, fantastic. I wanted to make sure you guys could hear me because it looked like you guys couldn't hear me there for a minute. Which is no bueno. No bueno. Come back over here with our tools and our bolts and our nuts. And we can put away the deburring tools because we're not going to be using those for a little while here. And I just want to confirm that our flat sides go on the back end, so we want the low profile side to be on the back end, the dick side to be on the front side. So we're going to do the same thing here. So our bolt heads are going to be on the back side. What we need now is we need to make sure we pick the right bolts for the right holes here. Okay. And now, holes at the bottom as expected. Now we gotta put this piece in here, line it up. Get our holes to line up here. There you go. Push our bolts through. And we're just gonna look here and confirm. Yep. I have confirmed that we see no spacers, which is what we want, because by not seeing spacers, what that means is that when we put our nuts, we're always going to tie it in tight, and this piece will not remain loose. This is not the ideal solution for how we should be placing these pieces, but nonetheless, it is a solution we have due to the mistake that we made previously. What I would like to do here, though, is turn this piece sideways. I would like to turn this piece sideways so I have better access to the bolt and I can see better what I'm doing. All right, good. Fantastic. We're going to put these bolts in place so that the piece can't come apart. And then we will tighten it. Oh. We must be careful, chat. And before we continue this, we're going to take a quick picture of this guy right here, because we need our pictures for the FAA. The FAA requires that you prove that you built 50% of this airplane. So in order to do that, We use this handy technology called cell phones to take pictures. Who would have thought? Modern technology. Um, but no, in a real sense, right? They want to make sure manufacturers aren't skirting the type certification rules. In the U.S., we have a very good privilege of being allowed to build our own airplanes uh, and get an experimental type certificate for them. And the justification for that is that we are uh, essentially, right? There's a few different justifications for that law. One of the justifications is that this is obviously for entertainment purposes and educational purposes, and it is, which is why I'm showing it to you guys too. I'm educating myself on the construction of an aircraft, learning the whole process top to bottom, um, doing all kinds of work, correcting errors. There's a whole number of cool things going on here. And at the same time, I'm getting to show it to you guys. So I am not trying to type certify my aircraft as a commercial aircraft. This is a kit plane that has been pre-approved. So it's kind of nice because the FAA has basically said, hey, this kit is, meets a 50% standard. But that doesn't mean that the inspector is still not going to want evidence that you built it and you didn't pay some company to build it for you. So that's why we take pictures. Okay. All right. So now that we've got those bolts in place, in that segment, we can continue building. And I'm actually going to remove the spar 2, 3, and 4, or 2 and 3. I think we're going to remove spar 2 and 3 here. To give us a little bit more clearance. They're going to be the next bars we're going to install anyways. And we're going to need space for our riveter to fit in there anyway, so we'll remove both of these. Okay, the aluminum is not very heavy, otherwise that would have hurt really badly. Not that we want to be dropping parts, but hey, there's worse things that could have happened. And now we'll come in here and we'll attempt to bolt this in. We may have to do this with 2 wrenches to finish it off, but due to the plates, but we're going to keep doing what we're doing here for now. Because I think what's happening is as we get closer, the rivets that are in there holding that backing plate are pushing our socket out. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. we're gonna have to, we'll see how that goes, but. Okay, I'm actually gonna get an extension for this just so I have a little bit more separation from the spar. So I'm hitting it a little bit, so. Uh-oh. There we go. I was like, I don't see the extension. Did I put it away in the wrong place? Okay. I feel like I can probably still ratchet this one. But nope, I can't. Okay, that one's tight. Time to work on the bottom one. Yep, can't fit that in. We gotta do it by hand. This is very tedious, chat, but it's what has to be done because we made that mistake. So because we can't rivet this in place, we're using AN bolts, which should be more than strong enough. The only concern with this mistake really was the Swiss cheese we did to the spar, not so much the fact that we are not so much the fact that we are using bolts. Bolts are these size bolts, because they are larger than the pop rivets, are definitely stronger than the pop rivets. The big problem with these bolts is they are harder to put on and they weigh more. Okay, that one's tight. One more bolt here that we need to put on, which is this top bolt. Oh no. We're okay. Okay. Chloe! 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 Come here! Chloe, come here. You're not gonna do anything. Come here. Come here. Stop barking. Ven para acá. That's why we can't have nice things. Yeah. You lost your freedom. Sit, you're short leashed. Sorry, chat. Doggo went a little crazy there. But yeah, guys, feel free to ask questions. Anything you guys have questions on, any thoughts or progress. I know what I'm doing right now is really tedious and slow, which is bolting this on, but there's not much I can do about that. I made this mistake, and we're paying for it now, right? We we drilled the wrong holes, so kind of what we're doing now is we're tightening bolts because we can't rivet. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Okay, just want to make sure you guys can hear me. My headset turned off. It's been doing that, which is quite annoying. you have any questions on what airplane this is or anything else, let me know. Be more than happy to answer your questions. Part of the reason why we're doing this, so people can see how an airplane is built. You know, that anyone can do it, even me, who's like a random person in a garage. All right, 7 down, 1 to go, chat. 7 down, 1 to go. Okay. And with that, chat, we are done with our first one. It's not ideal, but it works. That is complete. All right, so let's go back to our plan shop here. Gonna look at what it looks like to deburr. Deburring is very straightforward. What we do is we take a piece here, and actually we can make it bigger. Let's swap cameras here. I want to make a new scene here. Give me 1 second. need to add some sources here, so just give me a second. There we go. Now we will add another. Right there, we'll put that guy up there. So you guys can see what we're kind of doing here. And we want to add one more thing. And so we want to add a browser source. There you go. All right, so deburring. Deburring, every time you drill a hole, you make burrs. Whenever you stamp parts, you make burrs. I've already previously deburred all of these bigger parts on their edges. So the only thing we really need to deburr is the holes that we drilled. The easiest way to accomplish that is using a countersink bit, 100-degree countersink bit in this deburring tool. And what this allows me to do is to quickly go into the hole, basically make a quick pass. The goal isn't really to countersink the hole, although essentially that is what we're doing. The goal is to remove the sharp edges from where we drilled the hole, and we put just a slight chamfer on it using the countersink build. But really what we're doing is we're pulling all the material from the drilling that are sharp edges that could potentially lead to cracks. And we do that on both pieces, on both sides. For sides where we have access, like this side, this tool is by far the fastest way you can do it. But there are some parts of where you drill holes where you don't have access and you still need to deburr. For example, the inside lip, I can't get this tool in for this inside lip, so this outside edge is deburred, but the inside is not. So for that, there's two solutions. Both involve files. The first solution is a coarse file in this wood block. You basically cut a small little chamfer in the block with a chisel. You break off a piece of file or cut a piece of file, and then you glue it into place in this block. And then you can essentially pass this across the holes, and it will remove the sharp edges, i.e. burrs. And because files only take off material in one direction, you want to pass it in both directions to make sure you fully check it. Pass your finger along it. It feels good. I like to, after doing this, what I like to do is I like to go back across this with because that is a coarse file, I like to go across it with a fine file. So the teeth on this are a lot thinner. And again, same process, right? Files only take off material in one direction, so make sure you're smart about it. And I like to pass a file in both directions for that reason. Make sure we didn't miss anything. So we pass our hand across it, we double check it, feels good. So this one is good to go. And we do the same thing with the other one. The other one's deburred on this side. We'll pass our wood block. And we do the wood block in the opposite direction. And we do our fine file. In both directions. There are other ways to do this. There are reamers that will deburr as a ream. We check this and I don't feel any sharp edges. The holes aren't as perfect as if we had put a slight chamfer on them, but they are good enough for government work. I'm kidding, but okay. Now, this is rib 2. Rib 2 is section A. And section A if we look at the plans, and we'll go back to our plan view, section A is right up here, and section A is telling us we're using CCP44s in the center and CCP46s in the outer edges. So we need 4 CCP46s. There's our 46s. And we need 2 CCP44s for the center section. And the way these are going to go on is the head is going to be on the back side. The shop head is going to be on the back side. The non-shop head is going to be on the front side. Okay. And so now that we have our deburred pieces, our holes here we need to deburr still because we did drill through them. So even though they were previously cleaned up, we still need to clean up the holes on the actual part. So it should be a quick pass. And we'll run our finger along them. So all of them except the center one still feels a little not great. Give that one a quick little pass. That one feels much better now. We want to deburr the backside as well. Again, run our fingers along it, make sure everything's okay. Everything feels good there. So flip this up this way. Drop some of those metal shavings out, make sure we're clean. And then flip this out this way. Okay. So now we're ready to assemble. We only do these one at a time because we need the clearance for the tools that we're going to use to mount these. So the way this is going to work is we'll go through this piece. Go through that piece. It's now in place. We'll grab our other part. That guy's now in place. We'll put one more Cleco in. Everyone's lined up. Fantastic. And now it's time to rivet. And again, we're going to double check here. We want our 46s, which are our longer rivets, on the doublers, which makes perfect sense. And we want the shop head to be on the back side. So we're going to take our rivet gun here. Go ahead and we said we wanted our shop head on the back side, right? Yep, shop head on the back side. So we're going to go around to the back side. We're going to grab one of our longer rivets. Oh, and actually, we're going to see if we can rivet this, but we may need to use our narrow rivet gun. We are going to use our rivet wedge because that'll give us just a little bit more margin there on riveting these guys. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our guy here, take our rivet puller here, drive him through. We'll just come right here, go right through there, push our guy in. Make sure our rivet is fully through and flush. Okay. Take our wedge here, push that guy straight along, and let's see if we can get our guy in here. Right now it's not looking too good for us. Nope, our head doesn't fit. That's okay. I have a fix for this. So what we're gonna do is we're not gonna use our wedge here. I will leave our wedge here. We have, see, I worked a lot of times working on cars and other things, and something I learned is having the right tool makes a huge difference. And what I have here is a US manufacturing, okay? PRG 412. There's basically several versions of this riveter here. There's several versions of this riveter here. There's the 410, which is fixed and you can't replace the nose pieces on. There's the 412, which is that one is 1/8 inch. There's the 411, which I believe is fixed as well, but that one is 3/8. That one is 3/8, and then there's this guy right here, which is the PRG 412. The PRG 412 has replaceable heads, which is nice because you can use it on 3/8 and 1/8 rivets. Or sorry, 3/16 and 1/8 rivets. Because you can replace the head, and because it's standard screwing, you can actually probably use a different rivet head, but I don't know if this will work for that. Now, it's a very simple piece of it's a very simple stamped steel riveter. There's nothing fancy about it, but the advantage it has over every other riveter is how narrow it is. Okay. Every other hand riveter uses, I'll show you the difference. Okay, I'll show you the difference here. So this is the distance between the edge clearance and the rivet head puller. Here is a standard riveter. So if you look at that, look at how big and round and bulbous that is, right? If I line these up side by side, you'll see how much more clearance I have. Edge to the roundness. If I put this center to center, I've just got so much more clearance. And so this is a very nice tool to have for particularly doing things like the current item we are trying to rivet. Because these spar tunnels are so tight, it makes it a little difficult. But with this guy, we've got the necessary clearance. And I may just use the rivet wedge anyways. Yeah, I think I'm going to use the rivet wedge anyways with this guy. We're still going to use this flat riveter, but we're going to use the rivet wedge anyways, just to err on the side of caution. It just makes sense to me. We can use a rivet wedge. Why not? It'll give us just that little bit more clearance. But again, this is the perfect tool for this job. Oh, is it broken? It's not working. Oh no. Let's see. I don't think we have the clearance with the wedge. All right. No wedge it is. Yeah. The wedge just doesn't give us enough clearance. That's okay. It will not grab on. That is interesting. I've never had that happen before with this tool. There you go. There we go. Okay. So it hasn't broken the stem. All right, nice flush rivet head. There you go. It worked. I don't know what was going on. It wasn't wanting to grab, but it's grabbing now, so we're okay. That was a little interesting chat, but let's keep going. What we'll do is I like to bend this forward. I'll just make it a little bit easier to see what I'm doing. Do want to make sure that we're flush. We are. There you go. Okay. Like I said, right tool for the job. See, no other riveter would fit in this space right here. That space right there would not fit any other riveter. See, once you get over here, we have a lot more space to fit a regular rivet gun in here. But for these guys right here in the spar tunnel, this guy, especially these first 2 or 3 spars, you know, maybe even this one. This tool is magical. Because again, look at where this is fitting. And it's fitting perfectly flush there. No other tool would fit flush in there with that spar tunnel there. There's just no way. Yep. This thing is fantastic. See these guys right here? Oh, that is not what we wanted. That is not what we wanted. But like I was saying, these center guys, not a problem. We use our rivet wedge. Done. Flush, perfectly mounted, looks good. Huh. I actually have a rivet I'm not happy about. Yeah, we're gonna have to drill out a rivet, chat. I am not happy about that one. And it's not the one we just put on, it's one of the other ones we put on. That one. I need a hammer. Sorry, chat. We're moving a rivet that didn't come out too good. I'm just gonna drill it out. Where is the pliers? If I use this, there we go. We popped it out. Yep, we popped it out. We're good to go. There it is. There's the badly beaten shop head. And we will re-rivet that. All right, let's do it again, chat. The one thing we are going to do is we are going to flip this over. Tear out of there, and we are going to deburr that hole real quick because we did re-drill it. Where's our wedge? Here's our wedge. Let's wedge it. Drive it. Good penetration through. Much better. Much better. That's what we want to see. Nice good head deformation. Nice tight placement. That looks good. That looks like it's not going anywhere. All right. Let's continue. We've got some more deburring to do, and then we'll continue riveting. We'll be deburring these pieces. And again, chat, if you have any questions or any comments on what we're doing, please, by all means, feel free to ask. All right, that one feels good on that side. Let's do this one. That one feels good there. Now we take the back side and we use our block. We flip it over, we go in the opposite direction. Remember, files only remove material in one direction. We use our thin file. Same process, both directions. They still don't feel great. Let's go ahead and I think the edges are getting in the way. We'll use the much better. It's hard because these pieces are bent to really clean up these two sets of holes right here. It's hard to get in there without, especially with the long file, without the center section is getting in the way, the reinforcement bar is getting in the way. But that feels good now. And here I'll show you what I mean. We have these reinforcement plates. So this is doubled up, whereas this is a single part. And so because this is hand bent, it can be a little hard to file flat there if you have a slight curvature because you'll catch the edges. But it feels good now. And we got to do the same thing to the big part. All right, feels okay. That feels much better now. So we're doing okay. Those two are ready to go. Back to the workshop we go because we have to deburr the actual spar now. And the spar is the easiest one because it's literally you just hit it with the deburring tool and call it a day, but still needs to be done. Get your metal shavings off and then check your holes. Those feel good. Fantastic. Turn our spar. Do the opposite side. All right, all our holes feel good. And back at it again. So now we're going to mount our next piece, or our next two pieces actually. Get this out of the way so you can see. And then this is going to be spar 3, or rib 3. Rib 3 is a B. If we look at B, B is going to use 244s in the middle and 446s. So 244s in the middle and 446s. So what we'll do is we'll cleco in the center section, which will be our 44s, and then we'll mount our 46s. Okay. All right. Now, our pieces are in. We need our 46s. Here's our 46s right here. We got our 44s, and basically what the number CCP is the type of rivet, and then the number is the length of the rivet. The 46s have a longer shaft than the 44s. What we're going to do here is we're going to grab our 446s, our wedges, and we're going to do our installs. First thing we're going to do is we're going to put the rivet in, push it all the way through, make sure it came out through the backside accurately as expected, and it did. With our wedge, we're going to go ahead and put our rivet through, push it flush, and drive. And our rivet got pulled. This side looks good, and the back side looks nice and tight. Perfect. That's what we wanted. Literally what we wanted. We wanted our rivet to pull cleanly, nicely, and flush. And so at this wedge, drive it perfectly flush while still giving me a little bit more clearance on the standard rivet gun. We're gonna validate that this is flush. It is flush up here. We've got enough pull through over there. Nice even pressure, and drive. Everything was flush as expected. We're good to go. Now, for the outer ones, you don't have enough space to get the gun in there. There's just not enough space. So for that, we're going to use our specialized tool and call it a day. Again, this is low profile enough where we can get it fully through, seat through, seat in, and get in place as expected. There we go. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. That guy's flush. Everyone's tight as expected. We've got a good, nice seal. That's what we want. Now we'll do the same thing on the other side. Oh, come on. This is where we might want to use our wedge to get us down. There we go. We got completely through and flush as expected, as we want to be. Okay, remove our wedge. Go back to our puller. Draw this guy all the way down. All the way down to the base, which is what we want. Pulled through the wedge. We're flush here, and we are flush on the backside. All right. That installed just like we wanted it to. Now we could remove our clecos and install our last two. Oh, whoopsie. We put these in the wrong bag. Give me a second, chat. We got a little confused earlier. And you put silver clecos with gold clecos, which is not what you want because they are different sizes. Okay. Now we need, for the B section, we need 44s for the centers. We'll grab our 44s. They're just a little more narrow. And off we go to install. Full penetration as expected. Nice and flush. Confirm our squeeze, and our squeeze looks good. Let's do it again. Fully through. We're through as expected. And good squeeze. Everybody's tight. It looks good. No one's as tight as that front one though. That front one's so much tighter because of the screws. That's okay. And we'll see if we can get in on this one. I think we might be able to, but maybe not. I think it's narrow enough where we might be able to get into it now. Back to deburring. We've got a little more deburring now because now we have these spacers, these two-part spacers that we constructed earlier. So we've got to deburr those. Should still be fairly quick. Just a matter of going through everything, that's all. So that's what we're going to do. We're just going to go through everything, deburr, and go from there. That feels good. We're really not too worried about the spacers. The spacers don't really have structural load. They're kind of there so that our sandwiches accurately. But hey! Sorry, chat. Sorry, chat. Doggo's going nuts. Doggo's going nutsos. Her So we're going to deburr these little flat parts, which with little skinny things like this, you really don't want to put a lot of pressure. This cutting bit will take a lot quickly if you're not careful, especially on softer aluminum, like the sheet aluminum. So you just want to give it just enough to get rid of the few metal filings that it has. It's better to err on the side of taking too little than too much, because you can always give it a little additional pass. You can't take a pass away. That guy's good to go. This thick bar stock is a little less critical, because again, the rivet's not really going to flush mount against this. It's going to put pressure to the sandwich through this, but it's not really directly riveting to this structure. So take a little bit of material off. It's not a deal breaker. This is just a spacer. Okay. Okay, so that guy's done. We still need to do the inside edge of this. Again, back to our trusty file block. Okay. All right, chat. We've deburred. Let's put it back together. Oh wait, we haven't deburred completely yet. We forgot to deburr the one most critical part. The wing. Okay. Now let's put it back together, chat. Hey. Thanks for following, Seeking.
Following.
How you doing? How's your night going? We're just here assembling a wing spar. Well, really the wing substructure because the spar is done. We're assembling the wing substructure and doing our riveting. We have one complete already, and we're working on the left one. So kind of what we're doing right now. I'll go there. Let's draw our other one in here. Got our clecos in place. We'll put our other spar piece that we've deburred on. And attach that guy. Attach that guy. Make sure we're fully bonded as expected. Fantastic. All right. Now, this is rib 4. Rib 4 is C cut out. So we're going to look at C, and C is going to take 44s in the center and 46 in the extra and the outside. So we'll start with our 44s for our center section. Again, everything except the outside edge, and we're going to see if we can actually load the outside edge on this one because the spar cap is starting to get a little bit thinner here. So we may be able to use our air rivet puller here. All right, we are flush. Did we get fully through? We did get fully through. We're fully seated nicely. So let's attempt to pull a rivet here. Keep it square. Keep our wedge straight, and that drove through. We look good on this side. We've got a nice head on the back side. All right, let's do the other one. All right, we look good on the back side. We're gonna go ahead and place our puller. That looks good, and good head on the back side. Fantastic. All right. Sea King, you ever done anything like this, build an airplane or anything, or no? Let's try and see if we can drive this wedge here. I think we're okay. We've got, let me head in here. All right, we've got good penetration through. Can we fit our head here? We can, beautiful. And drive. All right, that looks good. That's flush. The head on the backside looks straight. All right, I think it's gonna be a lot easier to put rivets from here on out because we've gotten the inner spar already done, which is honestly the hardest part is these inner ribs because of the clearance to the spar channel or the spar cap. Straight drive. Let's make sure we look good on the backside. We do look good on the backside. We're straight in, good pressure, and pull. Interesting. Huh. This rivet head is still in there. Well, we may need to drive it out with another one. That's okay. We can do that. We've got another rivet head here. Oh, uh-oh. Interesting. Well, we'll see what happens when we go to drive another one. Take off our two clecos here. let's install our last 46 rivets. Those are 44s, 46. We want 46s for the doublers. There. I can go there. Where is our wedge? Use our rivet wedge here. Drop our rivet in. Our rivet's in. Flush. We're through. Alright, let's make sure we go in straight and square. Keep that flush and oh, that's not good. Ha! We drove our shop head out. That is not what we wanted from that. I know why we drove our shop head out, but we may need to disassemble here real quickly. Looks like we might have a stuck rivet. The rivet gun. All right, let's try this again, chat. How are we looking? Nope, we are not looking good. Come on. Oh, chat, what are we gonna do? We may need to take apart our rivet gun. We just ran into technical difficulties. Our rivet gun. Not liking something. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's exactly what happened. The rivet head swung down on us. Oh, it's not good. All right, we're gonna have to take this apart real quick. Just give me a few minutes. We'll use this. This should be. Hoping this adjustable is big enough. No, we have another one. Nope. Probably got a large enough socket for this, but I don't think it's worth the trouble for what we're trying to do here. There we go. All right, finally spit them out. All right, I think we're okay now. It finally spit them out. It just got a couple of rivets there locked in where we didn't expect it to be. Just the rivet stem in a bad spot, chat. So now should hopefully be able to drive this guy here. Good. All right. Let's just check our backside, make sure they all look good. Yep, everything looks good. Everything looks tight. Let's drive our last one here. And all right. 4 down, 8 to go. Four down, 8 to go. But like I said, the rest of these, even though they have a little bit more deburring, because we have the different pieces, so they have a little bit more deburring. So that's going to be a pain, but we can use the rivet gun for all of them, so we don't have to use, I mean, we still have to use the wedge, but we can use the rivet gun and the wedge for all of them, so we don't have to use the hand riveter, which makes life much easier for us. Where is our deburring tool? I'm going to start by deburring the spar, so that when we come back, we can just be ready to rivet. If you're wondering why I don't do them all at once, just take them all off and put them back on, is because I have so many spacers and little intricate parts that if I did them all at once, I wouldn't remember the exact order or placement or direction that they went. And because we match drilled these holes, we want the parts to come on exactly as they came off. So in order to facilitate that, it's much easier if I don't do them all at once. I do every piece, every set one at a time. So if I do every set one at a time, it's not so bad. And again, this is pretty straightforward. We're just doing some work here on some of these parts. Let me see if I move this chair out of the way. Get the dog out of the way. Put my nice little mat so that I don't get tired. Here. Yeah, I don't think that helps much. Let's sit. Now let's go. This is the tedious part of airplane building, but a necessary part of airplane building. Which is deburring. If I ever do this again, I am going to see, I heard about some drill bits that deburr. Like the drill bits as themselves have a piece that as you drill through, the chamfer on it is different or something, and so it deburrs the hole. There are some reamers that do that. I've never heard about drill bits, but somebody told me that there was a drill bit that did that, so it's kind of where we're at. Let's go ahead and deburr the spacer. We want to be a little more careful with the spacer because it's softer material, thinner. Even though, again, these are just spacers, so they're not critical from a hole size perspective too much. As long as they're in their sandwich, that's the more critical part. You still don't want to take off too much material and oversize this so that the rivet is loose and the spacer can potentially move around. Yeah, that feels good. Essentially, we are deburring with just a countersink bit and a tool that allows us to spin it manually. So we're not truly countersinking because we're only taking off just a little bit, just enough to get rid of the rough edges and any sharp corner that could potentially lead to a crack. And that's the whole point of deburring, is preventing cracks. You just don't want any cracks to start forming because planes vibrate, they shake, they flex, and so anytime you have any kind of like sharp edge in a drill bit where a drill bit stopped partially or where it cut into an edge and it created a sharp edge, you have the potential to create a burr and you have the potential to get a stress fracture to form. And if it's somewhere like inside of the rib spar where you can't see it, well, you know, that becomes a problem. So prevention leads to longevity. Do I plan to stress this airframe to its aerobatic limits? No, so I have some margin, but again, you know, just having good build practices to begin with goes a long way to being happy with your airplane when you are done. This inside edge I can't get the deburring tool into, so what I use is a coarse file and a wood block, followed by a thin file. And we go in both directions, flipping the file over because files only cut in one direction. If you didn't know that, you learned something new today. This has been my TED Talk. Anyways, so we're completely deburred there. We're ready to fit up. We'll fit our spacer sandwich and then we will install our spars using Clicos. Okay, then we'll install our front rib. Oh, you guys, let me make this bigger so you guys can see. So we installed our rear rib with the Clicos. Now we'll install our front rib. Okay. Now that our ribs are installed, we're gonna go ahead and take our phone and take some pictures because we need to prove to the FAA that we built at least 50% of this. And so this is rib number 5. We go back to our plans. Rib number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is callout D. We look at callout D, and callout D is saying we are using CCP 44s for all of these. I really hope I have enough CCP 44s because this doesn't look like a lot. If I don't have enough, we may need to stop building here. I do have some more 46s back here, some 42s. 42s. We have some more 44s, so we'll be okay. I've got another bag of 44s if this isn't enough, so. Ideally this is enough, but yeah, callout D is all 44s, so. That's gonna make life easy. And as we were doing previously, we are going to use our wedge. We're using our wedge. This allows us to get a slight angle and give a little more clearance for the nose of the rivet gun. Want to make sure we fully pass through, and we did. So this piece flat, and let's rivet. Our head looks good. Do the same thing over here. Everything looks nice and sandwiched, nice and tight. Do our next rivet. All right. I like it when a plan comes together. I'm gonna make sure our rivet head comes through flush as expected. All right. All our shop heads look good on our rivets. Number 5 is done. And let's continue down the row. And we'll move this camera down this way so you can see better on what we're working on now. Those feel good. Those feel good. All right. Come back around. And let's work on deburring these bad boys. Just building an airplane, chat. Those feel good. And again, this is all, like I said previously, a lot of it is done by feel. Your fingertips can just feel a lot more than your eyes can see. So literally, we can feel whether or not we're done by the way the metal feels along against our fingertips. So those two are good. Let's go ahead and start working on our spacers. Okay. All those guys are ready to go. That feels like we have no burrs. So does this one. Back to building. Put in our spacers. Make sure they line up as expected. right. Put in our other spar. All right. Let's get to riveting. Oh no. Oh, this guy's not gonna work. That guy's broken. He's got some nick on the side of him, so there's no way he was gonna go in. There we go. That guy's in. That guy's in. Why does he not want to go in? He does not want to go in at all. Did we not? Huh. He definitely does not want to go in. See, that's not. This. There we go. And that's the crazy part about it is you got to make sure that the back part of aluminum actually goes in where you expect it to, because otherwise you won't generate the piece you expect. That guy just did not want to go in. It happens, but see, that guy went in fairly smoothly and went through. Yeah, it was just that first rib that's a little iffy. All right, let's go ahead and start riveting. All right, good shop head, nice and tight. Yeah, that guy looks good. Okay, that's not surprising because his shop head is sticking out, so let's go ahead and push him back in. Push him through. He looks decent. We'll hold the plate on the backside flat. Yep, that guy looks nice and tight. This is the troublesome one. This is the one we definitely want to confirm. Squeezes as expected. did feel it tighten up, and it looks good. All right, fantastic. We got 2 left to go. Interesting. It's interesting that these rivets do not want to go in. I almost feel like I might have not lined something up right. These guys just do not want to go in. Yeah. I think we definitely screwed something up with the spacers. It's just scary because, well, we've got a hammer. And we've got a block of wood. So we can try and see if we can get these heads in. I just have to be careful not to damage the shop head. Okay. Perfect. That cleared finally. That's what we wanted. And that cleared. Perfect. Okay. Not exactly how you want to put in rivets, but hey, you know, when you're going through a sandwich of 7 different pieces of metal, sometimes they just don't want to go in. Everything's deburred, everything's cleaned up, so we know it's okay. We just need to make sure it goes through all 7 layers. Let's make sure those shop heads look good. Yep, everything's squeezed nice and tight as expected. So I think we are okay, chat. Yep, we're good. All right. So that was rib 6. On to rib 7. We are more than halfway through. We are more than halfway through, chat. Make sure we don't screw that over. It's got a certain way it's got to go on. We got to take some more pictures. And I'll take some bigger pictures of the progress here. Because again, that FAA 51%, you know, the last thing you want to do is not have enough evidence that you built the airplane. So, back to the plans view. We're back to deburring. Again, every time we touch anything in here and we drill a hole, we have to deburr it. Okay, these all feel good. We're gonna flip over one time. Come across. Chat, you guys are awfully quiet today. It's a little unusual for me. I'm not used to having chat this quiet. But hey, I mean, if you guys just want to watch, that's okay too. If you guys have any questions, by all means, please feel free to ask. Information about the kit is down in the panels. If you want to ask anything directly, by all means, avionics, what kind of aircraft, all that good stuff. Okay, that goes that way. I don't want to lose the order of that, so we don't have a repeat of having to hammer in rivets. I mean, in fairness, we just gave it a little love tap with a hammer and it went right in. It didn't separate the metal. It didn't, like, you know, go insiders or anything, so it's not a huge deal, but we should, in theory, be able to get those in by hand. Okay, those feel good. We've got nice smooth sections. Now we got to clean up the inside. Let me move this up there. That down there. I think this is a little bit better for you guys to see what I'm doing. This camera's just not quite as good, but wood block. It's got a file in it, and we're just going to run it in both directions. That gets rid of the majority of the stuff. And then final pass is with a fine file. Sorry if filing is not very ASMR-like. I don't claim this is an ASMR channel. Your mileage may vary with other guys. Okay. I can hear you. Hello. How are you, friend? It's been a bit. Yeah, I'm doing good. Just back to building. I had to replace my stream laptop, unfortunately. My travel slash stream laptop, the one I use for the workshop. Yeah, the Alienware I had was basically had bad solder joints on the processor, and so I couldn't fix it. Yeah. Uh-oh. That can't be good. Yeah, no, I feel that. But yeah, we have actual like parts that look like airplane parts now. It's crazy. I don't know if you. They're big old pieces now, you know? It's like, whoa, what? That's starting to look like something. It's not like tedious legwork I've been doing for the last couple months. And I also ordered the rest of the kits. Uh-oh, we lost him. He did say he was going to walk the doggos, so I'm wondering if he fell out of Wi-Fi coverage and Discord died. We're building, boys. We're building. Okay. Make sure our holes line up. That looks good. That looks good. Okay. We're putting our pieces back on so we could rivet. So these pieces that we cleaned up, now they go back on. And this is rib 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Rib 7 is call out D. And call out D we previously checked is all 44s. Ah, you're back. There he is. Hello? Oh, what? You cut out there for a little while, but you're back now. If you were talking earlier, I didn't hear you. If you're talking now, I still don't hear you. Maintain the dogs. Put a leash on the dog. See this? That went in more like I expected it to. Just nice and smooth. I'm pretty sure I mixed up one of the spacers on the other side, but alas, it's already on. Everything good. All right. Let's go. Oh, I hear cicadas. We don't get that weird chirp out here in California. Or at least if we do, I haven't heard it. All right. Those all look good. Vecta! Allegedly. How you doing, Vecta? We don't talk about that, Vecta. Shh. But you're welcome to subscribe to my YouTube channel. So how far do you walk to the puppers? Is it like an energy walk where you run, or is it like just poop and pee? The puppers, is it like an energy walk where you're like trying to get them tired, or is it like poop and pee? That struggle. Wait. What do you mean this dog that's not yours? You have another dog? When did you get a... Oh man, you poor thing. He's not... That dog's not going to listen to you, and he's not going to want to pee because he's in a completely new environment. Ah. Oh, God. Oh, man. The name alone tells me she's toxic. Like I said, the name alone tells me she's toxic. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, 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 of course. Oh, that's funny. Uh, I mean, he is he doing? Let me guess, he's working the P. Yeah, he's working the Pentagon. Oh, okay, gotcha. Even better. Yeah, the fact that they're letting him work remote, I'm like, holy crap. Shit. Yeah, poor thing. Oh man, that's not good. I guess this is what I'm this is what I'm stuck with. Oh, uh, uh-huh. That's funny. That's awesome. I don't know what you're talking about, Vecta. Shh. No, one of my viewers is like confirmed I am a CIA spook. I'm like, nope. I'm like, I am not. Uh, Yay! Operation Operation Mini Poodle P. That's a lot of legs, but you miscounted. It's technically 14. uh, technically 14. Besides, if I was a spook, I wouldn't have time to have these kind of hobbies. Yeah, I'm here. I haven't gone anywhere. I'm just building and chilling, building and chilling. Oh, okay. Do, do your thing, man. Talk to you later. Yeah, man. Same here. Catch you on the flip. Say hi to Fernando for me and the wifey. All right. Talk to you later, man. The jig is up. It's the final countdown. The final countdown. Gotta move this over a little bit more so we can get the last few over there as we work now. Okay. This is rib 8. Rib 8 is still call out D. So that's all CCP 44s. Hey, Vecta, did you get any of the recent rains? I'm just wondering if there's any hope for the creek, or if it's still pretty freaking dry. Check these heads. Oh yeah, those all look good. Nice. Yeah, we got some unexpected rain the last couple days, so it was not the last couple days, but like during the middle of the week there was like a couple rain showers 2 days, and I was like, whoa, where'd this rain come from? Well, you might get some. I mean, maybe hopefully there's some snow falling to the mountains, and that translates into the spring, the creek being a little better. But yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, sir. Every little bit helps, though. Should remember that, Vector. Every little bit helps. Oh, well, that's fair. What dam are you by? I didn't know you were by a dam. Oh yeah, yeah, that would be a bad thing. That would not be a good day. All right, all those rivers look good. They look nice and tight. Okay, rib 8 is done. Rib 8 is done. Okay. Yeah, but you know, like most public works projects are way behind schedule. That's not a surprise. Or at least it's not something you should be surprised by. Build back better, baby. Build back better. I'm being a little facetious, but it's amazing what happens when federal dollars get involved. The only thing that sucks about that is that essentially any fish stock that was in there is basically gone now. I wonder if they'll restock that creek. Probably not. Yeah. That's pretty low though, right? You know, like I don't know. I always wonder with dams in general, like not great for most like native fish because it changes the temperature of the downstream flow. It changes the amount of sediment run. It changes, you know, the amount of nutrients in the system. It's so for like the natural fish population, dams are always a shit show. And then when you stop the flow of water and everything else or decrease a water quantity by that much, it's going to change like the overall temperature gradient and the fauna and everything else within the dam. So it's already bad enough that they change it once, right? But now they're yo-yoing that ecosystem. So I don't know, you know, who knows? Well, interesting. Well, I mean that's not necessarily such a bad thing. It just sucks for the fishing, right? If you're used to bass fishing there and everything else, but by the same token, right? If they're not native, if they're invasive, that may not be such a bad thing, right? Granted, I don't think we're ever going to recover to the levels of salmon and bass that we historically had in all of these rivers before we went nuts with creating dams during the New Deal. Created a lot of jobs, but changed a lot of ecosystems. But the naivety of man. All right. So we're on rib 9, which is still call out D. Interesting. Well, fair point. I mean, fish stock and I feel like this falls under science and technology, right? Dams and the ecological effects of dams on a native fish population. That sounds sciencey to me. We have exactly 6. One of them is this broken one that we can't use. So we need some more CCP-44s. Luckily we have some. Hey Quinn, how you doing? I'll be able to put 2 people in this airplane when I'm done. It's going to be a 2-person airplane. And this is what we're working on right now. This is our essentially the skeleton of the inside of the wings. This is the left wing. The right wing we've already completed making the skeleton for it. Basically what this is a combination of what are known as ribs and the main spar. The main spar carries all the load of the airplane from the lift generated. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's but it's a 2-person airplane, so ideally, what we're doing right now is so last week we basically pre-assembled this, drilled matching holes on a bunch of different pieces, and we fabricated some pieces, and now we're final riveting it together so that these pieces are permanently attached to this spar. I mean, shh, we don't talk about that. Okay, Vecta? We keep it low-key chill, remember? But if you have any questions about anything I'm doing, by all means, feel free to ask. I'd be happy to explain. I know the view is not great here, unfortunately. This is a very big piece, so it makes it hard for me to clearly show what's going on. Actually, before I do that, I should make sure all these pieces went through as expected. Yeah, and they didn't lift up. Nope, everything looks good. All right. Be happy to share about any of the processes, any of the tools, any of what I'm doing. That's the whole point of streaming this, is to provide people with just a little bit of knowledge on how airplanes are made, and kind of they can share in the experience of getting the airplane built. Long term, we will have we will be putting up flying videos where we visit as we travel around the U.S. and potentially, depending on how things work out, maybe we do some international trips. But first, we got to build the plane. First, we got to build the plane. And once we're done building, we will hopefully get to put it to good use. There is a very entertaining part of building airplanes. There is a very tedious part of building airplanes. Right now we're doing a little bit of both. I dropped my tool somewhere. Excuse me. Oh, there it is. Everything looks like it's gone through as expected, so. I don't know if you noticed, but this rib is a little different from the other one. It's got this control horn here. This little guy right here is how we move our elevators. I don't need a mid-air refueling boom to fly internationally. There's Canada, there's Mexico, there's I can go across. I can hop across the Atlantic from Canada to Greenland, and then from Greenland to Iceland. Refuel in Iceland, and then from Iceland go to Europe. We'll see. It would be interesting to circumnavigate the globe. I don't know that I can necessarily make the flight across Hawaii, but if things cool down with Russia, it might be possible to go across the Arctic to Alaska, then down from Alaska if we can time the summer months correctly for the flight. It's one of those things where it's a possibility. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I start building another airplane before then. Who knows? Something with a little bit more range. All right, so we've got 9 down, 3 to go. We're slowly making progress. And then once we have that complete, we have to do the back piece, which we haven't done yet. We'll have to do the back piece. So yeah, so far so good. Yeah, building airplanes is a lot of putting things together, taking things apart, putting things back together, making sure they fit, drilling some holes, taking things apart, putting things back together, drilling bigger holes, taking things apart, cleaning up holes, putting things together, then permanently attaching them. Actually, we'll go to this one. We'll go to this one because you'll get a bigger view of my hands and what I'm doing. This is a deburring tool. This is a not fun part of building airplanes. Every time you drill a hole, you make sharp little edges. They leave little pieces of metal. And those sharp little edges and little pieces of metal are not good in airplanes because airplanes shake and vibrate. And wherever you have a sharp edge, you have the potential to create a crack. And so, the other part of building an airplane that's not so fun is this, which is known as deburring. It's basically getting rid of all those sharp edges. And there's several different methods on how to do this. What I am currently using is a countersink. The idea is not to countersink the hole. The idea is to take off just enough material to put a slight chamfer so you don't have a sharp 90. Wherever you have a sharp 90, you can potentially crack. And take off all the sharp edges. I don't know about Ukraine, but yeah, by the end of tonight and the next couple of hours, we should hopefully be completely done with this page of the plans, which is the wing substructure assembly. And we've already completed the right wing, so now that does not complete the wings. We still have a lot more steps, but that completes the substructure. And then from the substructure, we can build everything on. We have to attach, lights, pitot tubes, wing skins, a whole bunch of other stuff. But this is the first step well, the first step was manufacturing all these parts, cleaning them all up. We deburred the big sections already, so that was the first part. But this is the first big part for putting the wings together into something that actually resembles an airplane part. Like, subscribe, follow me on Twitch, use your Prime sub. Oh man. So how long are they estimating on the dam work, Vecta? Holy crap. So you're not going fishing in that creek for a long time. How long till they restore the flow of water? I'm assuming they're not gonna keep it completely. I'm assuming they're gonna do like stuff in stages. They're not like building a new dam completely, right? Maybe they are. I don't know. Uh, well, hopefully they follow through. But yeah, with the way there's water shortages and everything else, who knows anymore? I want to see the whole water, the way they do water in the whole West Coast is ridiculous. It's crazy. They did the water contracts originally when like the dams were at historic highs, and they expected the water to always be that way, and that clearly was a mistake. Um, and then we've been over draining it for years anyway, so that hasn't helped. By we, I mean the human populace. Like just what we've done to the Colorado River Delta, by Baja California, that area is insane. It should look like the Mississippi River Delta because that's essentially the same thing, but yeah, no, we've sucked it dry. And with most things promised by the government, I will believe it when I see it. Until then, it's just a pipe dream. Yeah. But honestly, the worst offenders are the Central Valley. I mean, LA is not very good, but the Central Valley in particular is. Like, they use so much water, it's crazy. I mean, in fairness, they do a shit ton of farming too, which is one of the reasons why our economy is so strong. why it's not just the tech, it's the farming and everything else. But I mean, almond farming is notoriously bad for water. Yeah, I feel that. All right. Well, uh-oh. Okay, no, we're okay. Whew, I thought I screwed up. But rib 10 and rib 11 are all D, so they're all still um, CCP 44s for all 6 spots. Had a heart attack there. I'm like, did I just rivet this without thinking? Oh no, I did rivet it without thinking. God damn it. We're not going to talk about what I just did, chat. We're not going to talk about what I just did. Well, time for the drill. We screwed up bad. We screwed up really bad, chat. We're not going to talk about what I did, chat. We're not going to talk about what I did. It never happened. I don't know what you're talking about. It never happened. It never happened. I didn't just have to drill a bunch of rivets. Fuck. Okay, it's undone. We're okay. Not the end of the world, but that was pretty bad. And I smacked the shit out of my finger, so hopefully I don't lose my nail. So what we did, chat, is we may or may not have accidentally riveted things together without touching all the pieces. So that was a mistake. Luckily, it's not my first rodeo, and drilling out rivets is an art that I am not terrible at. So we're going to try that again. We are going to have to deburr this piece a little bit though, because did hit a little bit with the drill, but it feels okay. So yeah, that was bad. If we run out of rivets at any point in the build, we'll know why, right? We'll know why. That being said, luckily, since the head of the rivet we're creating is on the piece we didn't put on, and the wide rivet head is on the piece that we drilled out, it shouldn't be noticeable at all, other than potentially running out of rivets. I may or may not have made a mistake and riveted something on before putting all the pieces, and I had to basically maybe take a piece apart. Maybe. I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing happened. We saw nothing. We saw nothing. Everything is fine. I did not accidentally put a piece together without putting another piece on. I don't know what you're talking about. That never happened. So I may have had to drill out a few rivets, like 6 of them that I put in. I was I may or may not have been about to start the next piece and been like, why is there extra pieces? That seems um okay. I don't know if it necessarily will be warm enough, but are you building this for fun? Are you actually expecting to stay warm in the winter? Tell me more. I'm intrigued. I mean, yes. If you have good insulation, that is a true statement. Um, if you're expecting to use this like out in a cold garage or something, I don't think that will hold true, but fair. I'm assuming these are the those large like paraffin candles, not the little the little baby wombats. What's wrong with baby wombats? Don't hate on the baby wombats. Sounds good. I'll see it after the stream. You know what we really should outlaw? Koalas. Those things are evil. STD laden rape bears. That's what those are. Don't let the cute exterior fool you. Did you know that 90% of koalas have syphilis? Yeah, I got you. Is that what you got the candles for? I mean, your paraffin candles can't even use a tea light to light themselves, so. You know what really burns though? Whale oil. Let's bring it back. Okay, maybe that was a bit much. I'm being facetious, by the way, chat. I don't think we should. I don't condone whale hunting. It wouldn't. Paraffin candles are mean. Big old flame. Warm. Hot. Fire. 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 I never remember Beavis and Butthead. Anyways. We are on rib 11. Which is still call out D. We're not going to make that same mistake again. Well, keep sending me pictures. You know I always like your creations. Your creations are always a good time. Like watching you build a freaking fishing rod was freaking cool. Our goal this time is don't forget the bottom half. No, let's not forget this part this time, chat. Let's not forget this part like we did last time. That was bad. That's how you know my mind had gone on autopilot. Alright. Rib 11 is still call out D. Call out D is still CCP 44s. Ooh. That'd be interesting. I don't know if that would work, but that'd be interesting. It's an interesting thing to try. I mean, if it works, it'd be very unique. If it works, it'd be very unique. Oh my god. Uh, that's pretty good, actually. Uh, that's pretty good. Well played, sir. Well played. Yeah, those all look good. I like it when a rivet comes together. It's always nice when we get a good looking, like rivet head, looks nice and uniform. Everything looks clean, looks as expected. All right. One left. And we'll be done with this section. Then we'll have the rear section to do. Still use the CCP 44s for all of it, so that's okay. Well, not what I was looking for, but hey, it worked-ish. That was scary. That was almost, we almost dropped the spar. We almost dropped that part on ourselves, chat. Okay, that's cleaned up. Now we've got to clean these guys up. that guy's okay. Use our trusty block. Then our file. Okay, and this one is call out E, and E is still using CCP44, so we're okay. All right, so let's put this bad boy back together, and let's get our last set of rivets in. Well, our last set of rivets for this section anyways. Make sure we didn't leave a piece behind like last time. You know, I can't trust myself to assemble things correctly anymore. Clearly. All right, those look good. Take some more pictures. All right. Let's get these last two bad boys in. All right. So this whole section is now secure. That doesn't mean we're done though. So we finished this upper section of the plans. If we look at the plans, we finished this upper section now. Now we have to work on the back piece, the back spar. So before we can get started on that, we need to do a little bit of drilling. And we're going to need to do drilling for that whole back spar anyways, but we're going to bring out the spar and I will show you what we need to drill. So here's our spar. We need to drill out this guy right here. If you notice, there's no holes there, but if we look at the back side, there are holes there. So that's really the main guy we need to drill out. So that's what we'll do. We'll get a nice little wood block here. We've got a few. Nice little wood block here we can use, and we'll drill this bad boy out right here. Yeah, can you guys see? Yeah, you guys can. Let's go this way. It is a very thick piece of aluminum on the backing plate, so we're just gonna let the drill bit do the work. Nice and easy. If you push too hard, you overheat the bit, you wear it out. Completely unnecessary. The bit's sharp. The metal's soft, it's aluminum, but it's just thick, so you just gotta take it easy and let the drill do the work. So now that that's done, we can switch to our bigger bit because that's what we're going to be using to up drill. So we'll Chloe. So now what we need to do is we need to mount this plate up on this guy up here. Line up all our holes. Make sure the flat part is on the right side, which means that this is towards the spar and our metal plate is towards the spar. Yep. And then you can't screw this up because it only has one angle. If you put it on backwards, the angle would be wrong. Now we got to go in and clico. Let's go in and attach this bad boy. Chloe, what have you done? The dog has turned herself into a whatever this is. Okay, so this guy just needs to go through here, go through there. There you go. Go. All right. Fantastic. Now we can get to putting pieces on. So we'll start over here and we'll go from there. Start on the outside on those two. We'll go inside them. We'll go inside on these two so that we can drill through the thick metal. And we're just gonna keep going down the line there. Okay. So now we've attached everybody. Now we start drilling. Now we start drilling. Now we'll start over here. I actually do wanted to hook around this Cleco because it leaves some of the tension so I can just focus on drilling straight. All right. So that it is a kit Diablo. It's a Sonics. It's the YX by Sonics. Yep. I build every Saturday except for the month of December because I'm basically on vacation from like Thanksgiving to January. While I have the kits available and while it's not 100 degrees in the garage. So if you want to give me a follow, I do video games the rest of the time, but on Saturdays is my specific build day for airplane building. What you're looking at right now is our left spar assembly. We've just finished riveting the individual ribs to the main spar, and now we're doing the rear spar. And if you look in the back there, we have the right spar substructure. This is essentially what this is a wing substructure. So this is the skeleton that goes inside of the wing. We're finishing up the left side, and then it's going to be a lot of like little attachments, mostly focusing on the right wing, because on the right wing we need to put the routing for the pitot tube and do a few other things, and then we'll have to do some light routing at some point. But yeah, this is that's what we're finishing up right now, is this rear spar right now. So right now what I'm doing is I temporarily attach this with some Clecos. That's what these temporary fasteners are known as, and I'm up drilling some holes to match. And as I up drill, I'll swap the Cleco. So all the holes started 1/8. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through and I drilled a bunch of holes to 3/16, which is going to be our rivet size. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and put the copper fasteners, which are the bigger size fasteners. Or wait, hold on. I'm trying to think what size is what. It's been a while. I don't want to misspeak here. Sorry, all the holes started as 3/32. We up drill them to 1/8. So what we're doing now is because our rivet sizes are 1/8 rivet size, I was like, this doesn't seem right. Our rivet sizes are 1/8 size. So now what we're doing is so there's 4 holes basically on the back of each of these ribs. And what we did is we drilled 2 of the holes up to the bigger size while holding it together in the other 2 holes with the smaller Cleco. The silver Clecos are 3/32. The gold Clecos are 1/8. And now what we're going to do is we're just going to go through and in the holes that we drilled, put in these gold Clecos, and then remove all the silver ones, and then we're going to take the holes from the silver ones and drill them out. And then we get to the tedious part of airplane building, the not so fun part, which is deburring. We'll have to disassemble everything, deburr all the holes. Then once we're done with deburring, we'll get to rivet it all together and it'll be permanently affixed. So. Normally, people put these temporary fasteners off and on with basically a pair of pliers, which is terrible on your hands and really bad for repetitive injury syndromes. So I am an engineer by trade, so I have money. I hate to say that, but that's the truth. But this tool right here is an air tool that basically squeezes these temporary fasteners, worth its weight in gold. Highly recommend if you ever decide to build an airplane, this is worth its weight in gold, and it'll speed up your build time as well significantly. So, it's not just the fact that it's going to protect you from a repetitive stress injury. It's the fact that your build time will be so much quicker as well, just by the nature of how much quicker you can put on and remove these temporary fasteners. So. You can build one of these airplanes with just hand tools, but there's some tools that just make you more efficient. Is it worth the investment for a one-time build? I don't know, right? Will I ever use this tool again? Maybe, if I'm fabricating something, if I'm repairing something, if I decide to build another airplane, right? But I spent a lot of years working on cars, and the easiest way to hurt yourself is not using the proper tool. Sometimes the proper tool you had to make yourself. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Okay. So now we're going to go back and drill. Oh, yeah. Oshkosh, awesome. Are you still up in Wisconsin or no? Let me tell you something. Some of those RC planes, I wish I didn't have too many hobbies because I can't afford to get into RC planes, but I would love to if I don't build myself my own jet, I would love to build like an RC like jet. There's some really, really freaking cool RC planes. The guys that do that are freaking awesome. So I take nothing away from that, and sorry about the drilling sounds. It just comes with the territory of building an airplane. I don't know if you noticed, but one thing I am doing is I am pulling these ribs, because of the way they were mounted, have a little bit of a bend to them. So I am pulling them as close to straight before I drill them as possible, because I want my my holes to line up straight. And when we put the wing skins on, the wing can't have any twist. So all these ribs are gonna have to get pulled to straight anyways. So the more straight your holes are, the better. I'm not saying they're perfectly straight, but they're close enough. The other thing is, whenever you're drilling like this, is let the drill do the work. If it's not drilling without you putting too much pressure, then you need to either sharpen your drill bit or get a new one. Also, I should be wearing safety glasses, but do as I say, not as I do. I'll leave it at that. The last thing you want to do is get a piece of metal in your eye. That would ruin your day. Oh man, you guys are a good time. You guys are a good time. I think we've got like 5 more left to drill. All right, we're done drilling. We are done drilling. Now what we need to do is we need to go back and take that whole thing apart and deburr it. So that's what we're gonna do. All those fasteners we just spent all that time putting on, off they go. Oh, that should be fun. That should be a good time. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of you can use a lot of like the off-the-shelf drone FPV setups for that. I don't know, make life very much easier so you don't have to go through like the hassle of like setting it all up yourself and configuring it. A lot of those kits come pre-configured, which makes life very, very easy. I need to drop metal shavings here real quick, somewhere where I could vacuum it. Okay. All right, well, I have to deburr this and deburr that, and we're just gonna put this part here, and we'll start with the ribs. Yep, that's the best way to do it. They have some like really long distance ones too that are kind of cool. So I guess I should start over here so you guys can see what I'm doing. We're just gonna use our deburring tool and do the tedious part that we always have to do, which is get rid of burrs, because you don't want stress cracks. Yeah, if you look at my panel down underneath at Twitch, there's links both to the builder log so you can see all the progress we've made. Oh yeah, no, that's what I figured. When you said put it on your airplane, I assumed you were going to put it on a fixed wing model airplane, and then just use the quadcopter kit for the video inputs. And then you use whatever custom control kit you're using. You can probably directly interface to a transmitter using an Arduino or something, or US. They might have some USB hookups that allow you to do that, but probably be fun to do it on an Arduino to do the interface with the different controllers. Arduino has some off-the-shelf controller software that then you can translate to whatever output you wanted to send it to the transmitter. But you could do it on a laptop too. I don't know what how you would interface with the transmitter. The only thing I have questions on. Ah, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect freaking sense. Yeah, the engineer in me is always like, oh, it'd be so easy to do this, but the engineer in me is always thinking, I'm sure there's something off the shelf. But what would be the fun in that? If you're doing it commercially, but I don't know. Depends on what your goals are, right? I feel like just flying an RC plane FPV is gonna be freaking cool. Have you taken any formal flight training? Because I feel like that would translate very well to RC flying, at least for the landing portion of it. The flying around, I don't know. It's RC aircraft are just so much higher performing. The power to weight ratio is so much different. I always wonder about FPV on that though, because the only caveat to that is, well, you can't really see as much first person view. Oh God. Back to no. I mean, you could put, I mean, there's nothing to say you couldn't put a grenade launcher on one of those things, but no. I don't want the ATF coming after me, thank you. Don't let Vector give you ideas. He's entertaining, but I always have to tell him, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. But yeah, we should not have any slowdowns of the builds in the near term, at least until we get to the avionics. I've ordered all the last remaining kits, and they should get here sometime in the new year. Yeah, they should be getting here early next year, and we have enough with this wing kit to keep us going for at least through the first, I think, first little bit of the year, because we're not going to finish this in the next 2 weeks, and we leave to Florida in 3.5 weeks. So it should work out just right where we get the last set of kits, and then we'll finish the wings early next year, and then do the fuselage. The only reason I say that the avionics might delay us a bit is because one, avionics are expensive. Oh, thank you so much. One, avionics are expensive.
Bob is now following.
And aside from avionics being expensive, is right now they've been significantly back ordered. So I don't know how much I'm going to be able to get the avionics I want to install. I want to put a nice Garmin panel in there, but most things are sold out nowadays. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. I will make sure I give the doggo a treat. So you know we have a stream mascot. Her name is Chloe. She is here in the garage with me, but she's hanging out by near the exit of the garage. So, but yeah, we play games most of the week. We do a lot of iRacing. And then we've been doing grounded pretty regularly. So we do iRacing like 2 or 3 times a week, depending on what series are available. And then we do typically survival games. Thursday is viewer request night, but lately we've just been playing grounded. Grounded's been a lot of fun. And we kind of mix it up. We'll do some first-person shooters. We'll do other things. Thursdays are viewer request night, so whatever games you want to see, On Thursday, you can come in and request them, and I will occasionally play with my viewers, although right now, like I said, I've got a couple of viewers who are enjoying Grounded. And then Sundays, we're looking at starting a 4-person Grounded game with some other streamers that I stream with, or maybe doing a multi-stream. Yeah, that wouldn't be wrong. Oh man, that's hilarious. Smoke him with a bottle rocket. Weaponizing sadness. That is funny, Vecta. All right, so we've deburred that portion up there. We're gonna go to the plan view now, and we gotta deburr this bad boy here now. So she's a long, chunky one. I don't know. We'll come over here and we'll start over here. And we're just using our deburring tool. This is the tedious part of building an airplane. I say that all the time, but it's got to be done. EAA does not need to inspect at all. The kits are actually not built by the EAA, they're built by a manufacturer, but what you do need to prove is that you assembled at least 50% of the airplane. So I am actually, thank you for the reminder, going to take a few photos here. So there's two. There's two. So there's two caveats to the kits. The first caveat is that the builder has to assemble at least 51% of the kit. Okay. But the 51% is not actually the entire airplane. It's 51% of certain critical portions of the aircraft have to be assembled by the builder. They can't be assembled by a manufacturer. And the reason for that is because they want to make sure that people don't use the experimental certificate as a way to get around the standard certificate, the type certificate. So the only exception to this, where a manufacturer can get a different type of certificate that's a little easier to obtain, is LSA. However, I am building this airplane as an experimental, not an LSA. Because I am not building it 100% to the plan of the kits. I am building the airframe to the plan of the kits, but I'm putting a larger engine on it, and I'm gonna basically certify it to a higher max gross takeoff weight. I have the extra horsepower for it, so it's not a big deal. And because this kit has been proven to take up to 6 Gs, because it is an aerobatically approved kit, In aerobatic configuration, of course, I know I have the extra loading margin for it. Um, Granted, it's a little. I am taking some risk with that, you know, because I am building it outside of the approved limits of the kit manufacturer, but that's that. And then the other part of the experimental certificate is that before you can fly it, it's got to be yeah, it's +6 -3 and 3, I think, for an aerobatic when it's tested to aerobatic limits. Granted, those aerobatic limits are always at a lower total weight on the aircraft, so you know it's a little facetious to say you have the margin, but you do. Whereas a type certified airplane only has to hold up to 3.8 and -1.5, I think, negative G or -1.2, something like that, is what it has to be rated for. That's what it has to be able to do constantly. Although they do build some margin into that, right? Because you don't want to be right at the number. But that's what a regular type certified airplane does. An acrobatic airplane has to be tested to 6 Gs, and 6 Gs positive, 3 negative. So it's going to be naturally a slightly stronger airframe. But I'm not planning to fly it acrobatically. I just want to be able to have more useful load, be able to carry more fuel in the airplane, as long as I can stay within the envelope, which I don't think will be a problem based on the engine configuration I'm doing. But you do have to stay within the CG envelope. That doesn't, the flight dynamics of the airplane don't change just because you give it a higher useful load. You just need more power in order to maintain flight, and there's more loading on the wings. You know, there's a lot of thought that goes into that, but you know, this is normally a light sport aircraft, which is very lightly loaded. I'll be right back. I gotta get rid of some more metal shavings. So, but yeah, it's a nice little airplane. Um, so my power plant is right at the edge of what the manufacturer allows. But because it's so close to the edge, it pushes my CG forward. So I have less of a concern with the CG going too far aft. Some of the lighter power plants have an issues with the CG going too far aft. So your center of gravity limits have your center of gravity limits essentially. While center of gravity is affected by weight, your center of gravity limits from a flight dynamics perspective is totally determined by the amount of force that the tail generates to balance out the center of lift on the wing and the amount of control authority you have with your elevators to demand, you know, change in angle of attack of the aircraft. So depending on where your CG is, your center of gravity is, relative to your center of lift, the aircraft will naturally tend to fly at a different angle of attack. Now, airplanes always stall at the same angle of attack, and if you need to know what angle of attack is, it's basically the angle of the chord line of the wing relative to the airflow of the air. But the wing will always stop generating lift at some angle of attack whereby laminar flow basically separates and you no longer have laminar flow, so you stop generating lift. But it's essentially tied to, so your CG is dictated typically in smaller aircraft like this, it's almost always dictated by the flight dynamics and your ability to have enough control authority to land the airplane. If your CG relative to your center of lift is too far off and it's not balanced by the wing, you won't have enough control authority to make it go forward and back. So the heavier you load it, the problem with the heavier you load it is the more force you generate when you're at maximum control deflection. is really where the weight matters. But where the weight is located in the engine, for example, and with it relative to the center of lift is really what matters. I'm gonna be my engine's gonna be right at the 200-pound limit permitted by the aircraft, but permitted by the builder. There are some people who have put slightly heavier engines on here on this airframe before, so I'm not too worried about it. And in general, the CG is actually it's more critical towards the aft than the front on this particular airplane, but you still have to stay within the envelope because the envelopes are dictated, like I said, by the configuration of the aircraft, of the size of the control surfaces, the relative amount of balancing force generated by the tail. And so depending on where your CG is, you can trim your control surfaces, which the disadvantages it adds drag, but you could trim your control surfaces to give you a little bit more force or less force from the tail to balance out the lift. So essentially, airplanes essentially work one of two ways. Either the tail generates an upward force or the tail generates a downward force. And whether it generates an upward force or a downward force is totally dependent on where the center of lift is relative to the center of gravity on the aircraft from the basic design of the airplane. Some airplanes are designed one way, some airplanes are designed another, but it's always a relationship where the tail balances out the wing and the delta, the pendulum effect of the center of gravity, because the airplane wants to rotate around the center of gravity, but then your center of lift is essentially applying a force some area, some distance away from that center of gravity. Essentially, your center of gravity is like your center of mass, is the best way to describe it. And so naturally, the airplane wants to rotate around that axis, or that point, really. It's not, I mean, it's technically, you can call it any axis, but it's really around that point. I hope that makes sense. So by having slightly more engine forward, I'm less likely I can load more weight to the rear without exceeding the rear center of gravity. So yes, your statement is accurate. Sorry if I got a little sciencey there. It is a low wing. The YX is a low wing. It's a low wing with a Y tail, hence why it's called a YX. It's really a V tail with a very tiny rudder. So I mean, it's officially a Y tail, but really it's really a V tail. The very large portion of the tail is a V, not a Y, although it does form a Y, but the rudder is so small relative to the ruddervators that while it does have some effect, it's not, not a huge amount, but it does help with lateral stability and preventing any kind of Dutch roll. But it is a low wing. Yeah, so because I knew I was going to build either this or an RV, I trained on a Piper, so I got my private pilot in a Piper, although I fly 172s and I've flown 182s. I've flown the G1000. I've flown in a Cirrus, and I've actually got a little bit of time in a Cirrus, but I don't have any time in a logbook in a Cirrus because that was before I got my pilot's license. I basically, the pilot let me to hold the controls for a little bit. Ooh, nice. That's really freaking cool. Yeah, I've been interested in space and robotics for a long time. I'm in aerospace by trade, but mostly software. I've got a degree in computer engineering, but I mostly manage a software team. It's mostly what I do nowadays. I think I'm 39. Somewhere around there. Yeah, I think I'm 39. So, okay, that feels good. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, my degree in engineering allows me to pick up a lot of stuff. Most engineering is very similar. I did do a concentration in software engineering, but I still took all the regular engineering classes. So I'm very familiar with the calculus and the math and the physics and all that good stuff. So I know just enough to be dangerous, is what I like to say. I know just enough to be dangerous. Okay. All right, we're fully cleaned up now. We're ready to put temporary fasteners on this bad boy. So that's what we're gonna do. is now we go back and reattach everything. Like I said, it's a lot of building an airplane is a lot of putting on and taking off, putting on and taking off. Let's move this way so you can see what I'm doing. Yeah, not quite that much, but like right there. I'll take a look at chat in a second, chat. Just give me a moment or two just to finish attaching all of this. No, the clock is just a time. I could start a timer when I start, but if you do exclamation point live, it'll tell you how long I've been building. So the in-stream announcement of how long we've been live is how long I've been building today. Other than the clock in the back is just a time. I can run it as a timer, but I also have a home gym, and that's really used for that. It's just local time. We're Pacific time over here, so that's all it is. It's just local time. But the stream robot the stream elements bot tells you how long I've been building today. And if you look at, like I said, I have a builder's log that's linked in my panels below. If you go to that site, it'll tell you how much total hours I have, how much I've spent so far, the breakdown of how much I've spent on tools. And that'll give you an idea of the stuff I need to report to the FAA. Okay. All right. Hey. Cool. Yeah, like I said, I mean, feel free to jump on any Saturday because this is what we do most Saturdays until, like I said, from the last week of November to the first week of January, we will not be building. We will just be playing video games while we're on vacation in Florida when we do stream. So, okay, so now we've got this reassembled. Now we need to go back to the plans because now it's critical that we get things right. So there's a couple differences in the first two callouts because the first two callouts, it's slightly different. One rear spar versus the other one. So in this one over here, we have F and G. Over here, we have H and J. So F and G. G uses CCP41s, F uses CCP44s, whereas H and J use CCP44s, but then it uses 2 and 2. So that's a little bit different. One uses 2 and 2, the other one uses not as many. Interesting. And the left uses CCP42s while the right uses CCP41s. I want to double check if that's a mistake, but why would the left use CCP41s and the right use CCP42s? That's interesting. Let me take a look at. That's interesting to me. Why would it be different? Let me so let's start with H. We know how H goes. H is the very first rib, and that's all 44s. We have our 44s, so H is 44s. Let's go ahead and put our let's get our 444s, and we'll put our 444s on the first rib. Then we need to look at H. CCP 44s, and the head is in the back. So, okay, that's easy enough. I understand why these are 44s because they're going through the long plate. Those look good. All right, have a good night, Diablo. Thanks for the follow, much appreciated. Oh, that's okay. I do D&Ds on Fridays typically, so what campaign are you running? Is it one of the pre-baked, or do you have a DM that does a custom campaign? Nice. Yeah, we're running. I just started another campaign with a fresh group, and so we're running. What's the pre-baked vampire one? Why can't I remember the name of it? Curse of Strahd. We're running Curse of Strahd right now, and then I got a buddy who's running another campaign, and it's like they can't get he can't get them to travel at all. My next door neighbor is a DM, and he's running his own campaign of Castle Keep, and he can't get them to move at all. It's hilarious. They're still in Castle Keep 2, and they've been meeting for almost a year now. Oh yeah, Curse of Strahd is freaking fantastic. I like how hard it is. It's one of the harder campaigns, so. Here, let's introduce you to the puppers real quick before you go. Say hi to Chloe. This is Chloe. She's our stream mascot. Easy to destroy the castle. I mean, yeah, but she's our stream mascot. She'll be getting a treat later on behalf of you giving us a follow. So, yeah, she's a beagle. She's a beagle. She's a good girl. Where's Jay? 41's in the middle, 44's everywhere else. So I need two 44's. Nice. All right, man. Have a good night. It was a pleasure meeting you. Take care. Thank you for the follow. I need to look at something real quick. Let's go look at Sonic's aircraft. And we need to make sure that we are not missing a typo on here. Support, drawing revisions. YXB revisions. Let's look at by drawing name, and we are looking for this is WXB W14. W14. Detail 02. Okay. All right, no major revisions on that, so okay. All right, chat. I guess we're gonna do the for J. We're gonna do CCP 41s. I think I have a bag of those somewhere. CCP 41s. Here we go. Have a great night, Diablo. Let's get some more evidence, chat. Okay. Now, G, subsection G. I'm very confused. Because the callout says 41. But this has 42 for 01 left. It doesn't say one or the other. Why would the left have bigger rivets? There's no difference in the thickness of these plates. Why would the left have bigger rivets? It doesn't make sense to me. You know, chat, I think we might stop here. And I might just not finish riveting it just because I want to get clarification on this. Because this seems a little funky. If we look at the plans right here, this callout says we're section G. Right? CCP 41, 4 required. 44 total 41s on 01 right. 40 total CCP 42s on 01 left. Now if we think about this 40, 40/42s would be 4, 8, 4, 8, 12, 13, 14. Actually, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36, and even L doesn't call out different rivets. I think that's a miss. I think we should be using 41s. I think we should be using 41s, but I want to confirm with the factory. That's very confusing to me. And I don't see a drawing revision for it. I checked the drawing revisions. There's no drawing revision for... Yeah. W14 doesn't have... Does not have a revision to call this out. So I think I'm going to email the factory on this one. We're going to stop here and we're going to email the factory. I'm pretty sure it should just be CCP41s across the way because there's really no difference between the other ones and this one. But I don't want to rivet this and have to undo it. Because everywhere else we're using 41s. Everywhere else where we don't have a doubler, we're using 41. So why would this call out 42? The 40 total makes sense. The 40 total makes sense, but six, 14, 6, 28, 40. And even like the count doesn't make sense. Even the count doesn't make sense because we don't have an extra rib here. Why would it be different? There's 12 ribs on this wing, and there's 12 ribs on that wing. I mean, we haven't put the doubler in. We haven't put the doubler in, but if anything, the doubler would be on the left wing, not the right wing. So I want to stop here because again, I'm 95% sure it's going to be 41s, but I want to make sure it's accurate. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take a picture of this. And we're going to ask the question, and we're going to stop here. All right, Vector, have a good night. We're stopping here anyway, so that's actually a good stopping point for you. I got to email the factory real quick, so. Um, yeah, I got to email the factory because there's a I'd rather stop and be sure than not stop.
Sorcerejuan 574 is now following.
Can you hear me now? Oh my God, I've been talking to myself this whole time. Wow, sorry. First of all, I want to say thank you for the follow. Sorry for the silence. I was on my phone because I was sending an email to the factory, the kit manufacturer, because there's a discrepancy on the plans. Today we were basically finishing up the assembly of this substructure, the wing substructure for the left wing. We've completed the right wing already. It's behind me. But we were completing the left wing substructure, and we were down to just riveting the final spar in the back. But when we went to rivet it and we looked at the call out for how we should rivet it, which is down here, which you probably can't see, it's probably a little small. There's a contradiction in what it's actually saying we should use for rivets. And so I think I know what the right answer is, but I want to make sure with I check with the factory before I rivet that. And so what I was showing you was that this was the main spar. We finished riveting all of this together. So all these ribs are permanently attached, but the rear spar, this guy up here, we were trying to finish up. And all we had left to do was to rivet it, take off these temporary fasteners up here and put the final rivets on these remaining ribs. And there's 12 of them total. We've riveted the first two because the first two have special callouts because they have they're sandwiched around a metal plate, so they have different length rivets. But yeah, the call out for the rest of the ribs were very, very confusing and not clear. And before I rivet anything, I'd rather just check with the factory. Because if I rivet it and I have to use a different rivet or they determine it's not structurally sound, then I've got to drill out all those rivets and it's just not worth the trouble. That being said, we stream airplane building every Saturday, except for the month of December because I'll be in Florida. So from Thanksgiving to December, I'll be in Florida. I'll be back in January. But we're streaming the airplane build right now. Like I said, the current parts we're working on are the wings. And we were trying to finish up this substructure today so we could start on some of the minor routing and tubing that we need to do and figuring out some of the other minor parts we need to attach. There's some tubing and some cabling we need to put through the wing substructure for the lights and a few other things. So that's what we were hoping to get this done today, but unfortunately we weren't able to get it done today. And yeah, sorry about the silence. My headset turns off occasionally, and when it turns off, my mic dies on it, which is a real pain. That being said, let me show you the other side, and you can see if I rotate this way, you'll see back behind me there's another spar back there. That one's complete. So yeah, we're actually unfortunately just wrapping up the stream, but we do airplane building, like I said, on Saturdays. The Thursdays are viewer requests, so I play games with viewers and friends on Thursdays. I play games with viewers and friends on Thursdays. That's our stream mascot going crazy. Come on, up. She's going to get a treat later because you gave me a follow. Up. Come on. Up. Hey, over here. Up. Come on, up. Come say hi to the stream. Oh, I use everything. I've got a degree in computer engineering, so I do calculus, I do systems equations, I do some differential from every now and then. It really varies on what I'm working on and what I'm doing. We do all kinds of math sorcery, or what I like to call is voodoo math. Um, I don't use it all as often as I would like, unfortunately, but I definitely have used it all at one point or another, and always have opportunities to use it, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on what's going on, depending on the type of analysis we're doing. Either way, I'm going to be ending the stream here since, like I said, the rest of it is just cleaning up the shop and recording the build log that we need to do. I don't think you guys want to see that. But we'll be back next Saturday, and hopefully we'll have an answer from the factory so we can finish this piece up, and then we're going to start putting the grommets we need for the pedostatic lines for our airspeed and angle of attack sensor. And we're probably going to start running some conduit for our wiring for the lights, because we are going to have wingtip lights on this. And yeah, but Thursdays are viewer request nights. Currently, we've been doing grounded with some friends. The rest of the week, we do a combination of random variety survival games and iRacing. iRacing is the other focus of this Twitch channel. Is we do a lot of iRacing and we do airplane building on Saturdays. So again, I appreciate the follow, and we'll be back next week with an answer for the factory, and we should hopefully have this piece finished, and then be working on the other one to start putting in the components we need for the pitot tubes and the electrical wiring. And then after that, it'll be a matter of starting to put on the wing skins. And then it gets complicated because we got to test fit all the wing skins. Once we test fit all the wing skins, then we got to make sure the wing has no twist, which is going to be an interesting endeavor. We're probably going to use a laser level for that, but that's going to be an interesting and fun endeavor. Anyways, have a good night. Thank you, and see you guys on the next stream.